Okay, it's time to get started. Normally, we do the Transit Trust before the City Council. Today, we're going to be doing the City Council first because of executive session items on the other agenda. So at this time, I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Bob Weger and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Thank you, Mayor. Our Father, as we come before you tonight, we thank you for the sunshine today. We thank you for the safety and the protection that has been provided through this storm. We ask, Lord, tonight as we gather, that, Lord, you would help us to recall the things that are before us, that the decisions that need to be made for the best interest of our community would be made. Thank you for your goodness, your grace, and your mercy. Have your will and way in our lives as we seek to make our city all that you would have it to be. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, thank you, Pastor. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Here. Epps. Here. Brown. Here. Demery. Here. Hampton. Here. Weger. Present. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, quorum is established. At this time, we're going to take just a minute to honor the Chief of Police, James Smith, and I think the city manager has a poem he wants to read. City manager?
Thank you, Mayor. The poem is called A Hero's Final Watch. A badge is polished, the shoes are shined, a final post now left behind. Through dangerous streets, you took your stand, a helping heart, a guiding hand. Though you have left this earthly beat, your service makes our lives complete. Rest now, you brave and faithful soul. You've reached at last your final goal.
Thank you. And I wonder if we could just stand and have a moment of silence. Thank you. Okay, and now some agenda items that we are changing here. We're going to strike number 1, right, Don Leon? Okay, and then I'll discuss the others as we go along. Item number 2, Employee Spotlight Award, Michael Hawkins, Danny Hamblin, Antonio Chavez, Dylan LaFrance, Geraldo Valanoidud. I butchered that, I'm sorry, John will get it right. Donald Beatty, Jonathan Thode, Robert Smith, and Frederick Moore.
Okay, good evening, everyone. We have a lot of nominees for the Employee Spotlight Award for this month. So we have both our stormwater and our solid waste divisions represented here. And I've got the Director of Public Works up here, Michael Watrous. He's going to help distribute the certificates. But what happened on November 15th is we did our fall trash off, our Lawton community cleanup. And so this was an opportunity for our citizens to get rid of things that they normally can't throw away in their trash, like tires, solvents, household cleaning supplies. So because the first annual community cleanout didn't net a whole lot of debris and refuse, we manned it a little less this time with these fine individuals. And even though we manned it with less personnel, they pulled in 4,000 pounds more than the prior year. So that was a testament to their hard work, their efficiency, and their teamwork. And I want to recognize one of these individuals directly here, Mr. Hawkins, who's, I'm not going to say his exact age, but let's just say he's 70-plus years young, and he stood out there for 4 hours that day directing traffic and making sure that everything went as efficiently as possible. So please give these folks a round of applause for a job well done. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. We're just going to distribute these out here real quick. Then we'll get a picture. Okay, Mike, why don't you stay down there on that end, and we'll just take a picture real quick.
All right, thank you all so much. Now it's time for our Clean Sweep Award for Ellipsis. If Jocelyn Wood would please come forward. Jocelyn, didn't we just have you up here not too long ago?
Yes, sir.
Obviously very active in the community. Let's come over here a little more towards the center. And not only do you do all the things that you've done that got you the special recognition just a few months ago, but you once a quarter pick up trash. Is that right? Oh, I'm supposed to say litter, excuse me.
If it needs it, we will do it, yes.
And what street do you do it on?
Well, we have from Gore to Cash Road on 38th and Gore to Cash Road on 67th.
Oh, so you're double dipping.
Yes.
Wow, you do too. That's way cool. All right, well, let me read this because I want to tell you, I think everybody here knows excuse me, how a community has to come together. The city can't do everything. And so we have these community groups that get out once a quarter and they pick up a mile of roadway. And apparently Jocelyn's group, Ellipsis, picks up 2 miles. So let me read this. The special recognition honors community groups and organizations that actively contribute to keeping our city clean by regularly picking up litter. It celebrates their dedication to maintaining a beautiful and welcome environment for all residents. Let's give Jocelyn and our group a big round of applause. I forgot to sign it.
Oh, that's okay.
All right, Jocelyn, let me sign this real quick. And then
So basically what ellipsis is the 3 dots at the end of a sentence, meaning there's always something more to say. Well, I believe there's always something more to do. There's always a need that needs to be met. And so that's why our group is called Ellipsis. So random acts of kindness without being boastful. I don't feel like you should have to brag about what you're doing. It's between you, God, and the person you're helping. But thank you for the award.
another round of applause. Thank you, Jocelyn.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless.
Okay, now for the reports by the mayor, city council, and city manager. I want to tell you what, I'm going to start because I am just so impressed by the way the city employees performed while I was at home sitting by the fireplace. They were out in that single-digit weather addressing our streets and getting them ready so we could get out a little bit faster. so business could get going again and we could all get to work. Come think of it, we may want them to slow down, where we don't have to get to work so fast. But, and it's not just the street crews, and if I'm not mistaken, other departments pitch in and help the street crews too. It's our first responders, our police, our firemen are out there. I saw a picture or post or TV report, I can't remember what, about like a jackknifed 18-wheeler. And I'm just thinking about how cold it was. But they all got out there and they did it, and I know they get paid, but they need to be appreciated for doing all of that. Could we give our city employees across the city a big round of applause? And with that, we'll start down here with the Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, you stole my thunder, but I think it is important for us to recognize the fact that we have some really super employees with the city of Lawton that all go out of their way to make the citizens' life better. And also, just in general, I see a lot of the news reports and stuff, and the way that everybody in Southwest Oklahoma and Lawton especially come together when there's adverse weather or any kind of challenge. It seems like we all get out there and pull on that rope and try to make it better for everybody. And I just appreciate the employees. I appreciate the citizens of Lawton and for keeping this a wonderful place to live.
Thank you. Ms. Williams.
I just wanted to say personally condolences to Chief James T. Smith, family, friends, and to all who worked with him. I'm thanking for his stellar performance, to the Lawton community, and also to his country, because as you know, he was a retired colonel as well. And I just want to thank all the citizens and employees for everything that you do here in the city of Lawton. Thank you for keeping my hometown safe and clean, and everything that you do that's positive. I just want to say I appreciate you.
Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, our condolences to the Smith family. Chief, we are definitely going to miss. I appreciate his example, his leadership. Difficult time because at the same time, on the same day, we lost another man in our church the same day. And he went to exercise at the Cameron Center. And, the thing about Lawton is we're more than just a community. We're friends. And we want the best for each other. And I'm thankful, and I thank God every day for a community that has that kind of interest in each other. To the city crews, thank you for your long 12-hour shifts. And what started out as hot coffee soon became cold coffee. But thank you so much for all that you've done. We truly as a community are blessed beyond measure.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I ditto that about the chief. The chief and I, my first year my first 3 years on, he and I had breakfast in the morning every Friday, so he's truly going to be missed by me personally. And from that, I jumped to another thing that's very personal to my heart. That's a farmer's market. When you the farmer's market was closed because of the weather, but when you don't have something that you're used to, you kind of miss it even more. So I'm going to show up as soon as they open up, and I encourage you to come show up and pick you up. I had some pesto. There's a guy that makes some really good pesto that you put on a little cracker and eat it, and I was eating that because I had saved it, but I'll have to get me some fresh pesto. But make it out there if you can. I do want to give a shout out to some employees. others have said, Ward 5, I don't know if any of you put it together, but Ward 5 has no new building and no big, giant, fresh houses in there. My whole ward is nothing but the older part of the city. And no doubt there are dilapidated houses there that need to be torn down. We've torn down a lot of houses in Ward 5 to beautify the city, as Councilman Warren was saying. But I want to tell you, that's not really an easy job to take property and just tear it down like that for the council or for the staff. And Larry Parks and John run that stuff over there, and I interact with them quite a bit. And I want to give a shout out to them because they're staying on it and real diligent. We were just had conversations about even going into houses where the older people are living and helping them rather than tearing down their houses, helping them to find money to kind of fix their houses. And I think that to do a hard job and to maintain compassion is a very, very hard thing. I want to shout out to them and their department. I really appreciate you helping us in Ward 5 in beautification efforts there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and Ms. Demery.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to give my condolences to Chief Smith and his family. I also want to give a shout out to all of our soldiers at Fort Sill, and not just the soldiers at Fort Sill, but the soldiers all over who are deployed all around the world. It's often a thankless job. And so Chief Smith, he gave his ultimate sacrifice. And you say, what does it have to do with me, or what does that have to do with my ward? And I say everything, because Fort Sill is not only vital to our community, but also to our livelihood. So to the spouses and to the children and to the parents who are anxiously awaiting their return, may God grant you strength and peace, and may all of our soldiers return home safely. And for those veterans out there, you all understand and know exactly what I'm talking about. The month of January is also considered to be a month to reset, to realign, and an opportunity to start something new for the year. There's an after-school program at MacArthur High School. It's called Lights On, and it's for kids who want to stay after school. This is very rare, because usually when that bell rings, they're scattered to the ends of the earth. So I just encourage you to take 10 to 15 minutes out of your day to pour back into these children and to read to them. And if you can't do that, donate. Consider supporting this event. And what a perfect opportunity to put the kids first concept into practice and give back. Because one day, those same kids will be sitting up here in our spot. Also, I'm hosting a town hall on January the 30th for Ward 4 at 6 p.m. The address is 3826 Southeast Elmhurst Lane. I encourage all Ward 4 residents to come out. There'll be some good information, some resources, and just the opportunity to get to know one another. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Good evening, and first of all, I'd like to just add my thanks to the street crews who've worked so hard over the last few days. I think you've just done an excellent job with 7 trucks, is what I understand. That's amazing. The second item is I requested a street study on 35th Street based on a lot of the citizens that live there. That was done within a week, and I got a response back. That was amazing. Thank you for that. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Ipps.
Just like the other council, my condolences to Chief Smith's family. If one of the things that I always think about when I think about Chief Smith is if you live on the east side, you'll see him running, still trying to stay in shape. And it was encouraging to see that as I was walking my dog, thinking I need to run too. But maybe I will now, but my condolences to the family. Second, as you know, I like to advocate and say that there are things to do here in Lawton. So the Lawton Philharmonic, they will be playing on Saturday, February the 7th at 7:30 at Lawton High School. As you all know, we're doing some renovation at the McMahon Auditorium, so they are at the high school right now, but please, if you've never gone to one, or your kids haven't, please expose them to that. That is a precious thing that we have them here to perform for us. So Saturday, February 7th at 7:30. Thank you.
Mr. Hooton.
Had the same experience you did with the streets and an analysis of of a couple of different streets, and they did not only did it a thorough, methodical analysis, but did it very quickly too. So I was able to respond back to the citizens over there very quickly. I mean, it's really impressive, and it kind of convinced me that one place needed it and the other did not, perhaps. So, and then the other thing that happened again before the snowstorm. From this past weekend, had a citizen out in in the Ward 1 call about a distressed neighbor and distressed home too, as far as the structure goes, and called the office here. The office called Mr. Parks and his folks, and the follow-up was just really impressive, and they took care of this guy, made sure he was okay, had police came out to look at him, and, you know, just it kind of echoes of what everyone else has said all night. The city, the staff does a heck of a job, and they do. And the last thing I want to refer to is, of course, Chief Lee. Chief Lee, I knew him not very well, but I was around him a few times, and he was a man of quiet dignity. He was a heck of an athlete. As they were talking about, he ran everywhere, and I never saw him stop running. And my best memory of him, is be real brief, is the Spirit Survival, and he and Albert Johnson were riding bikes together. Well, Mr. Johnson was not ready for that long ride, okay? And Chief was. And they were coming up and they had about 5 miles to go. And, you know, Mr. Johnson was just hanging his head down, and Chief was laughing and having a great time and prodded him in to the finish line. It was a really fun thing to watch. And, but a good man, and he'll be missed, and we'll have a tough time replacing him. That's for darn sure. Thank you.
Right, and City Manager Ratliff.
Thank you, Mayor. Indeed, Councilman Hooton, those will be big shoes to fill, and we express our sincere condolences to his family. But I also want to recognize the leadership of LPD through this very tumultuous week and over the past several months while Chief has been out. Deputy Chief Hines, Assistant Chief Carter, back in the back today, have really been a very steadying influence and have done an amazing job while Chief's been out, and I know that nothing will change now. So thank you both. Would you both please stand? And can we give these gentlemen a round of applause, please? I also want to thank Lieutenant Charlie Whittington of LPD and Captain John Mull. They have been the primary organizers of the memorial service tomorrow. So they pulled in a lot of details very quickly to get that done. And then finally, we've talked a lot about our streets crew, but they're going back out tonight. I believe tonight will be the 5th night of overtime. It's already been mentioned, it's only 7 trucks. Of those 7 trucks, there's only 3 plow trucks. So those guys have been putting in a lot of work for your city, and they've really carried a lot of water. They've made sure that the arterials are passable, and all those guys have certainly done an amazing job. I want to recognize their leader. Can I get the Director of Public Works, Mike Watrous, to stand up? He's really been amazing in pulling it all together and making sure our city has continued to function. Thank you.
All right, thank you, guys. Okay, now we're going to go to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, some changes we're going to make. We're going to strike in item number 4, the Irma Haynes in the amount of $2,109.72 portion, and we're going to pull item 25 for discussion. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
Mayor Booker, you had one more that you needed to strike on consent. It is item,
12,
yes.
I missed it. Strike 12. Now can you get your, there you go.
Council, I make a motion to strike the Hayden portion of item number 4 and to pull items number 25 and 12.
I said we're pulling 25 and striking 12.
Strike 12, I'm sorry.
Do I have a second? We do have a second. Please vote. Want to make sure that we did say strike Irma Haynes portion. We didn't say pull, right? Okay. Oh, okay. Motion passes 8-0. Bringing up item 25. Consider ratifying the mayor's action of electronically signing for acceptance of a grant on behalf of the Lawton Police Department in the amount of $13,612 from the Office of the Attorney General, State of Oklahoma, for the purchase of facial recognition software. Deputy Chief.
There we go. This is the 2026 Safe Oklahoma Grant. It's distributed by the Oklahoma Attorney General's Office. And when I applied for this, we actually asked for 2 separate software programs. They only approved the one, the Clear AI, and it is a facial recognition software for investigations. Now, what I think everybody needs to know is that we submitted this application back in July, and at the time, the price was $13,612, which is what the grant is. Since that time, it's more than doubled. It is now $28,500. So if we were to accept it, we are going to have to come up with some money to pay for the rest of it. And that's per year. So every year we'd have to put that back in the budget. Now, I did bring Assistant Chief Eric Carter with me and crime analyst Amanda King, who will explain a little bit about the program and answer any questions y'all might have.
Council, do you have any questions? And I'm going to ask you to hold your comments till citizens speak. We've got 7 citizens that signed up to speak on this. And so you can ask questions, but hold your comments. Any questions? Let's talk a little bit. And your name is Amanda, right? Okay, Amanda had great conversation and explanation. I'd like to ask you to explain to the council and the community exactly how this facial recognition works.
So this facial recognition program that we are requesting for is a law enforcement specific program. It's used by state, local, federal agencies, tribal agencies. It's used nationwide. They have over 800 different agencies participating with that program right now. The overall of this program is to make case investigations more efficient. It's supposed to save time for our jobs. It's also supposed to ensure public safety, reduce the crime in the community as well. And it does that by using a technology that does a little bit more than what I can do in my job. So my job is related to open source technology. Open source is a fancy word for searching Google, finding things that are publicly available. That includes news sources, media sources, Google galleries, social media, anything that's already publicly available. And instead of what we would do, search through some of that information, this program would make it more efficient and do that for us by matching images. So it does not come with images already in it. We are uploading an image, asking it to match that while searching via Google and returning an image match to us. This would be beneficial for cases like human trafficking, missing and endangered persons. We're looking for victims, matching deceased victims that maybe we cannot find identity for. Things like that would be very beneficial for a program like this. But overall, it is a internal program that we're able to use that uses open source technology.
So there's a lot of concerns about Big Brother, a lot of concerns about storing data. How does the police department intend to address that? And I'm going to ask that. I know that this is not what we see on TV. I get it. But I think that's coming someday. And I am wondering, how do we reassure the public that we don't store or misuse or share data?
The software works where we do not install cameras in the community. We don't take existing cameras in the community. We do not have a database for this. We'll have to have a picture of a subject, whether that be a suspect in a crime, or if that's going to be a victim. We could have a missing child or a found child or a missing parent, we could say. Upload the image. Everyone likes to put their photos on Facebook, Twitter, all the others. So we're not installing cameras around town. That's going to take everybody's face and upload it to some database. We're going to have a picture of somebody to put into this, and it's going to recognize them for us. It's basically a lead generating tool. So there's no camera in Lawton. There's no camera going to be installed in Lawton that's going to capture people's faces as they walk by or drive by or go to the store. It's only images that we're going to have. If we have somebody commit a homicide and we have a picture of them, or a robbery, burglary, we'll take that image and upload it. We'd also use it for things like preventing child exploitation. Those missing runaways that often get victimized, it will be used for that. As far as the transparency, this is a CJIS certified and compliant software. That's ran by the FBI. Oklahoma City, Tulsa, Wichita Falls are some of the examples of the ones that in our area are using this already. I know Ms. King talked about the 800 different software usages for this around the country. Those are the closest ones for us. There are audit trail capabilities for this software, so anytime a run gets done through the system, we have to put a case number into it. We cannot delete these searches. They will always be there. So there's an audit trail, something that's always searchable. So if anybody has any transparency concerns, we can look this stuff up. It'd be an open record subject.
Okay. Council, questions? Yes, Mr. Uyghur.
Yes. One of the questions I had was regarding the, as I understand what you've said up to this point, that the cameras will not be installed for this software. It's something you have to feed a picture into, correct?
Yes.
Now with that, would the flock cameras ever be used for something like that?
No, the flock cameras don't have the capability. The flock camera is just, its software is looking at those tags and those vehicles. Does not have a capability of taking pictures of people.
Okay.
So it will never be used. Also, the flock data has big transparency safeguards with it. That data is deleted every 30 days by the company, so we don't have a stockpile of that information as well, but flock cannot be used for that.
Okay, okay. All right, thank you.
I'd like to add a little bit as well. This program is also stored internally, meaning that we are not doing this and uploading images and sharing them with multiple agencies. What we do with our program is with our investigations to keep those secure and make sure that everything is set up right. On top of that, we are also, we have to make sure that there is a system admin in charge of that program, monitoring the searches on that program, ensuring that nobody's looking into anything that they're not supposed to, which would tag along with that audit trail. They do have to be certified and take that training along with that. And then on top of that, we get to choose the licenses and the people that will be assigned, which will be responsible officers that are only assigned to cases, and they must use active investigations to be able to search on this.
Other questions? Mr. Hampton?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to be clear in layman's terms, there's no database, so basically you're not taking pictures, and there's no cameras taking pictures of people. And so you'll never, with this particular software, you're never going to be taking anybody's picture except for the person that you're searching for, and then that picture will go out on the internet or whatever to see if you can find that one person.
Correct.
Is that correct? So, just for clarity's sake, I want that. And then the second thing is, are you connected? I know you just kind of said that, but you were saying that other systems, other towns are using this. You could feed that picture into their system to do the same thing to see, like Wichita Falls or something like that, but that would be their system. So no citizen would actually have any of their information there.
And by the system you're talking about, there's no way we could run it through their system. It's running it through Google. It's running it through Facebook. I call it Twitter. I think it's X now. Anything that you can Google as an individual, whether it be the council members, the mayor, private citizen, we're all looking at the same thing. It's a time-saving tool because you and I can look up the same thing, look for the same picture, but it's going to take us weeks, months, maybe longer to find that. But the same information that this software is going to use AI to do, you could do as a private individual and find the same thing. So it's just time saving. It's not a database because it's all what she's calling open source.
Yeah.
So it's all put out there for the public. It's not a Fourth Amendment violation. There's no privacy with the stuff because we put it on the internet.
Yeah, we're all concerned about the fact that somebody is invading our privacy and looking at that. And of course, when you talk about an authority system having that, then you're looking at Big Brother, spying on you. But this particular thing has nothing to do with cameras. It has to do with feeding that picture in there. So you're not collecting any data off of anybody or doing anything feeding it into the system.
Correct.
Other than the information that's already out there on Google or X or stuff.
For
Okay,
example,
thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Warren?
I want to just make sure that I'm tracking right, and maybe it'll make it a little more understandable for the rest of the council. I don't know. Right now, if you go on Google, there's a search bar in the center. And over at the end of that search bar is a little camera. And you click that button, and then you can upload a picture of the guy that robbed or whoever. We have people over at the police station right now doing that. They'll upload a picture, and maybe they'll get lucky and find them on Facebook or whatever. But they can just do that so many times a day. Whereas with this software, it does exactly the same thing, only it does it 10,000 times a second. And it looks over the entire internet looking for that face. So it's not invasive at all. The pictures are out there right now. You're not adding any pictures into the internet. All you're doing is looking for that criminal or for that child that's lost or whatever. And it's not like intentional. It's not like a guy, oh, there he is pumping gas. No, he's at Disneyland walking behind a family, and they just happen to take a picture of the family, and there's the guy in the back, and the software says, ooh, hey, wait, there's the guy. Now, it may not be the guy, but whenever we have an officer that clicks that button, that may not be the guy either. It's just a lead. It's just something to give you a step ahead, and it beats doing that 10,000 times a second.
Yeah, and for
Is that
example-
right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And for example, we had 3,200 cases investigated by 16 different detectives last year in 2025. So that's roughly 200 cases per detective that's getting investigated. So when I talk about the efficiency of this, it's really going to assist them and let it search for them having to spend the days and the weeks trying to find different pictures to identify somebody, so.
Okay, Mr. Hinton and Mr. Epps. You're both good? You guys want to ask questions? Okay, Ms. Dimrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there software updates with this program, and how often, and is there a cost associated with that?
So there are software updates, and that just goes by the company. So within the last year, I believe when we had got a quote last year, they've already made multiple updates, and that's what changed that pricing that Chief Hines talked about. And so once we're locked into that price, it should stay the same every year. As of right now, we're kind of negotiating a lower price than $28,000. We're hoping for $20,000 for this year, but going forward, they do software updates, and I'd like to say they're yearly, but I would have to double check to verify that for you.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Are the software updates included in the price, no matter what you negotiate? So, and this is an every year, an annual payment. Say if it's $24,000, you can negotiate it to. That's what it would be. And do you have the required equipment to run this?
So the best part about it is that it gets downloaded to our computers, and we use it that way.
Super.
So there's no additional equipment required, no cameras, no nothing else. It's just a program.
Super. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to call out citizens' names that have signed up to speak on this item and ask you to all come forward. And I want to make sure I've gotten everybody that signed up. We have Cindy McIntyre, Alexander Smith, Landon Holly, and that's it. Did I call everybody that signed up to speak on facial recognition? Did I call everybody? Okay. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3. 3 of you. Then we'll have 3 minutes each to speak. Cindy, you want to go first?
Hi, are we limited to 3 minutes on this one? Okay, so actually this turns out to be something different than what a lot of us expected. However, things change, things mutate. Quite frankly, investigative journalists use a lot of these same techniques as well. This is just a fancier way of doing it. While better crime-fighting tools are always needed, the modern surveillance tools being used in this country, including in Lawton, have the potential for serious misuse against ordinary citizens going about their lives. The Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution states, "The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, and supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the person or things to be seized." 24/7 surveillance, such as that done by facial recognition cameras, which I understand this is not, but could mutate that way, or automated license plate readers, AKA FLOC, is a form of warrantless search that subjects every single person to scrutiny. Even FLOC can identify faces in cars. The wrong person can be arrested because their face looks like that of a suspect. Data such as biometrics, finances, taxes, fingerprints, voter registration, social media posts, and the like are already being compiled and aggregated on every American and immigrant by companies such as Palantir, owned by Peter Thiel. Thiel is one of the authors of the Project 2025, the playbook that is guiding the current regime in the White House. DOGE, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency run by Elon Musk, early last year hoovered up previously secure government data so that the likes of Palantir could compile dossiers on everyone. I need not remind you how dangerous this is to citizens whom the government opposes. Add our faces, the way we walk or stand, and the children who are with us, and our entire lives are an open book. Just think what an unscrupulous person or regime can do with that information. I've already had the pleasure of being surveilled by Lawton's own police department during the No Kings protest in June. I can only imagine how many surveillance tools were used to compile a dossier on me just for exercising my First Amendment right to petition the government for redress of grievances. My open records request on this should yield some very interesting information. Documented instances of law enforcement using surveillance cameras to track ex-girlfriends or sharing info with other agencies not authorized to obtain the data show that even if city contracts forbid such activity, safeguards are easily violated. We don't need no stinking facial recognition cameras or software in Lawton, at least not the type that would be subjecting us to this.
You had that timed about right. Thank you. Alexander Smith. And you have 3 minutes, of course. I think it's up here.
Yes, it is up there. My name is Alexander Smith. I live on the east side on 601 Northeast Flower Mound Road. I'm aware of what OSINT is and how that generally works. I've used it myself for other reasons. My primary concerns about the facial recognition system were addressed by the speakers earlier. My concerns that remain, however, is has this AI had a correction to its training data, correcting it in the false positive problem in regards to specifically people of color. My other question is, what happens when this software gets an upgrade? With that additional functionality, would that also become public knowledge what the additional functionality is? Those are my questions. And could we retract that if it crosses that boundary? That's all I have.
Okay, well, we're not going to answer questions. You've made your statement, and we
Okay.
appreciate you coming. Is that all you have for us, sir?
I
Okay.
had questions that need to be answered in regards to how I feel on the subject.
All right,
But,
thank
yep.
you. Thank you. And that brings up Landon Holly. Landon, I've got your address here. So.
Gotcha. Okay. Howdy. So it was a bit different than what I was thinking it was, at least the AI recognition software. I'm glad that it's a leading tool. However, though, I do have some concerns still listed. As he pointed out there is a problem with false positives, as pointed out in the 2018 Gender Shade Study and the report done by the NIST in 2019. I'd like to note that AI software can continually be improved to ensure that there are less false positives, as well as I'm personally concerned about what does the future and long-term lifespan of this software look like? Certainly, as far as we know, it is kept locally on local computers, no new data is added or put in, but all it takes is one little update, and now the data could be sent somewhere. It could be upgraded, scaled, and so on. So these are concerns that I think we need to keep in mind as we progress forward. I mean, I'm not even sure if the company that runs this program was mentioned earlier. What do they do? What do they stand for? How do they do this? Those are all concerns I have because this is a very powerful tool, and I definitely see it could probably have a pretty great future in shortening investigations and making Lawton a lot safer, anywhere safer. But we got to make sure we know exactly how it's working.
Okay, is that all you have for us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, would you guys like us take a stab at any of those questions that are asked to help relieve the fears that actually several in the community have?
So I'll go ahead and mention a couple of things. He did, Landon, I believe, just mentioned the NIST. This program has actually passed tests run by the NIST and has been approved at a 99% accurate rate or over that for all demographics, meaning that it shows very little to no bias across demographics, and that's a big one with the NIST. As well as upgrades, this system is meant to upgrade as often as possible, just like technology or other AI systems. It is going to upgrade and keep evolving, but it will not change what the program is, and we would have to opt into or sign up for additional features.
One thing I've talked about with false positives, once a photo is uploaded into the system, it's going to give you a percentage of probability that this is a match. It does not give probable cause to arrest based off of that. An independent investigation would have to be conducted by a detective at that point to verify whether that person is the subject in question or if it's a false positive, if you want to call it that. So in no way does this link, a hit, come back and say this person's going to get arrested. Does not establish probable cause. So got to be investigated thoroughly after it. It's just a time-saving tool that you'll take those high probability hits and see if this could be your subject.
Now, counsel, comments, and we'll start down here with Ward 1, and we're just going to go down the line because I think everybody's pretty interested in this.
Comments, you say?
Yes.
Well, it seems that,
You can also ask questions.
oh, okay, sure. Gosh, it just seems like it's the way the world, way the world is going, and with that comes some risk, but I can't say that I agree that there's a great deal of risk at all. And you made a wonderful point about the false positives. You know, it doesn't convict anyone of anything. It just gives you a percentage, and then you go from, then you do the investigation after that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Good job.
Mr. Epps.
You made a comment that I want to kind of tease out a little bit to see if you can expand on earlier, because we're looking at this from a prosecutorial kind of aspect. What are some of the positive things, so the positive ways that we affect crime with this? You mentioned one when you talked about child abduction, I think, but if you could name some of those type of investigations where we're using this from a different angle, where we're not trying to prosecute someone, but we're trying to find someone.
One thing I could say is our goal is to protect our community, and one way we can do that is if we have an offender, a lot of times they don't offend just one time. They're going to offend another time, whether it be a burglary or robbery, they're going to continue that pattern. If we can get them identified, if we can get them arrested, they're not going to continue to offend. We're going to have them in jail. If they get prosecuted in a court of law, they'll go to prison perhaps. They're not going to continue to victimize this community or the individuals that live in this community. So if we're able to get somebody put into jail and off the streets, not able to do the crimes anymore, that is going to affect our crime rate. If we find somebody that's been abducted, human trafficking, any of those situations, they're often not going to be able to say what their name is. The person that is, just for better words, managing them in a human trafficking situation, they're not going to have their real identity. They're going to take their identity for them. They're going to control them. So we may not know who they are, but we can identify them. They may not tell us who they are purposely because they fear what could happen if they do. We could get them identified through this. Child abduction, anytime that happens, those pictures are getting out there. So if we come across a child and we have a picture to upload, that's going to be, I think, an easy one because the people that are missing this child, the agencies that are running this, they're going to have that picture out there all over the place. So there's a lot of crimes, robberies, homicides, anywhere where you can pick a picture. Ring doorbell cameras. Somebody comes and steals your package off your front porch. The porch piracy stuff that's going on, horrible problem across every community. Small in the nature of what they're taking, but it really affects our community. So every community, if that person gets picked up on that, they provide that picture to us, we could put it in this, and we may be able to identify who they are. So that's our main goal. Hopefully that answers some of your questions, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is concerning the budgeting. Since it has escalated in price so much, it is an annual recurrence. Do you have the flexibility within your budget, or is that going to have a separate appropriation from city funds to make that happen?
I would say both to answer your question. Like this year, Amanda and I talking to them on the phone today, they went from 28 to 20,000. I would hope to continue to talk to them and try to get them to reduce that as much as possible to make the citizens' money go further. But next year, it would have to be a budgetary item. If we don't get this grant again next year, we will try to get grants to pay for as much as we can, if not all, but at some point, yes, we would have to find the extra money this year in our budget. We'd have to ask the city for additional funds as well.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you. And it was just my assumption that you would apply for that grant every year without a guarantee of getting it, so we could have to readjust the city budget to the full amount.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think city manager wants to weigh in on that.
Council, this software would also qualify under the CIP crime-fighting technology, so we wouldn't necessarily have to pay for it out of the operational budget if we didn't get the grant. But that's a good question.
Ms. Demery.
Yes. Have you studied other communities' success rate on this particular program?
I don't have an actual success rate or number for you, but I do have multiple agencies that have boasted about how much it has helped their community, how much it has reduced the crime, and saved time for the officers to be able to investigate. I also know that this company partners with NCMEC, which is big with missing and exploited children. And so they have helped find numerous missing children using this database while also reporting and making sure it goes to the right authorities when they do find images while searching the internet that are inappropriate and should not be up on there. They are also going out and reporting those as well. So this program is very dedicated to making a difference in all the communities. And from what I've seen from multiple agencies, it already has done that.
And one more question. Is there a possibility that cameras could be installed in the future with this particular program?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The balance between our personal privacy and the responsibility of making sure people are safe, I think, is at the center of this. And I just want to talk about personal privacy because we talk about the over encroachment of what needs to be done for personal safety. I find that many people that put themselves in public view, including myself and everybody up here, will always be scrutinized, and personal privacy is violated by the definition of a lot of people that have a problem with that. I think that if you put yourself in any position, in any situation, whether it's at church or any other place, then people are going to scrutinize you and look at you and make opinions of you personally. If you don't want to do that, you can hide yourself away in the house. But as I look at the responsibility to make sure that you're safe, and mind you, the same person that says, hey, I don't want my personal privacy encroached on, that person that's committing a crime against you is already encroached on your personal privacy. And so when you begin to weigh the whole thing out, we can sit in the dark ages and not try to get any tools to make sure that you're safe, that you're not raped, that you're not kidnapped, that your family members are safe and they're not kidnapped. Those kind of things produce impacts on people's personal lives when they're violated like that last for years and years. And some people don't recover from that stuff. So I take it pretty serious that we need to deal with making sure that your personal information is kept to yourself. But do remember, number one, if you put yourself in a position to where you want to put yourself in a leadership, then you're going to be scrutinized in some of the stuff you won't like. And secondly, that you're going to have to give up some of the information that you have and that you want to keep to yourself, which probably people already know. And think about the fact that you need to make sure that you preserve your life and your sanity. And the last thing I'm going to say is you live in a community. And when you live in a community, and that's what we deal with all the time, is how do people live together in a community and not encroach on each other's boundaries. And I throw that out there to tell you. Some people came up here and spoke. I told that to tell you, and other people believe the same way they do, that you must understand that when you live with other people, you are relating with them, and not all of those people are good people. Some of those people are so bad, they want to do something to you and perpetrate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to the software program, AI can already use, as you've indicated, the information that's already circulating on Google and Facebook and X, et cetera, Instagram, et cetera. That information would not be recorded or is not recorded. Did I understand that correctly or no?
We're not going to upload it into a database and store it, but where I could say it could potentially be recorded is if I have a picture of Amanda here and she committed a crime, and I use this to find her, that's going to go in my case file. It positively identified her as my suspect. I did an independent verification investigation to prove that this is in fact Amanda. And then now I'm going to present that to the district attorney. So it's only going to be held in that case file for my prosecution of Amanda. It's not going to be put in some database for when she reoffends, because now I know Amanda. She's a case I've worked already. Next time I see her come across a crime, whatever that may be, she picks up on, I'm going to recognize her instantly. Now she's in my database that I can't get rid of, and I'm going to now not have to put her in the system anyways. I'm going to already identify her, so.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Sir.
Ms. Williams?
I was happy to hear you say that using this data where would not be a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I've just been having some concerns, 'cause I've been seeing a lot of the children on Facebook, 12, 14, 15-year-old, just recently a lot of them been coming up missing. How would this software help in that area?
Depending on whatever, and I'll just say an unfortunate situation, whether that child ran away from home based off of problems at home that the child was escaping, or whether the child has any type of, social issue, that obedience issue that could be running away. If we come up with a runaway, whether they want to identify themselves or not, we could run this through there. If it identifies the child in a picture with myself, they're going to know, oh, that's Eric Carter. I'm going to go find Eric Carter. Is this your child? Do you know this child? How do you know this child? You're in this picture with this child. It's going to help us identify that child. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren?
Council, I think this is, there's a lot of things we're going to talk about in the future that we may have, disagreements about, but I really think this is one of those situations where it's a win-win all the way across. We're not putting anything in a box. We're taking a picture that we've got. We're comparing it. We're just looking at pictures that are already out there. We're not creating anything. And while it may cost us a little bit of money, in the long run, it's more than likely going to save us some money because, like I said, that detective's not going to have to sit over there and punch that button all day long. And I just think it's a positive deal. And I think that hopefully we'll see some effects from it really quick. I'm totally in favor.
Okay, I didn't get a motion there, and I'm glad because I want to bring up another point. Because I really feel like this is good software and we need to do it. But I also feel like that, I'm the first one that's going to say what you're not supposed to say. If you're not doing anything wrong, what are you worried about? But I also think the city needs to, if the city's not doing anything wrong, we ought to be ready to put out a policy that guides us through this process, because whoever said it, I don't remember, this is not over. This facial recognition stuff is going to be at the place, and I do believe, I'm very much a supporter of the flock cameras and what we use them for, but I can see those being used potentially in the future, and we need to have a policy in place. So I don't know what you think about that, but what I'd really like to see here is that we approve this and we direct the city attorney to check with other cities. I'm going to have to go outside our Pier 6 to get this, I would say. Let's look at policies that are in place, and then before this is put into work, let's see if we can't get a policy so that the citizens understand where we're going here, okay? And if somebody agrees with that, I'd appreciate a motion.
Mayor and council, I make a motion to approve this item and direct city manager's office to get with the police department and contact the company and get as many city listings as we can that use it right now and then compare their, any type of policies or that they have in place so that we can see what's out there and not reinvent the wheel.
Okay, we
Was
have a
that the city manager or the city attorney?
Well, you guys can work together.
I think it would be good for y'all to work together.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Please vote. Thank you, guys. Great presentation. Okay, motion carries 8-0, bringing up item 31. Consider holding a public hearing and approving an ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending sections 18-612-623 and 18-612-624, Division 18-612, Article 18-6, Chapter 18, Lot and City Code 2025 by adding cigar bar and hookah lounge as permitted use within a C5 General Commercial District as long as it is located on an arterial road, and adding cigar bar and hookah lounge as a use permitted on review within a C5 General Commercial District when not located on an arterial road, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Christie.
Yes, sir. We've had a couple people interested in starting a hookah lounge here in the city over the last several months. It's not a permitted use anywhere in our existing code, and so we are going through the process of adding this as a approved use in a C5 district as long as it's on an arterial street, and then a use permitted on review if it's in C5 but not along an arterial. C5s are typically along arterials, but we do have some spot zonings of some C5 that are off some of the main roads that we just want to make sure we look at on a case-by-case basis. So this is just changing the code, adding those uses. Any questions?
Questions, council? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing.
Ms. Williams has a question.
Oh, Ms. Williams, I'm sorry.
You said it'd be inside the bar?
This would be a lounge. It'd be like a cigar bar or a lounge for hookah.
Inside, not where the smoke is all outdoors?
No, they would have to be inside a closed building, and there's already regulations as far as the ventilation system and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You have a question, Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, just for clarification, what do they do in a hookah bar?
A hookah is a device that you smoke flavored tobacco in.
Any other questions, council? I'm going to open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council, can I get a motion? And I'm going to need that motion to waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only.
Council, I make a motion to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
And we did get a second?
Yes.
Okay, please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending sections 18-6-12-623 and 18-6-12-624, Division 18-6-12, Article 18-6, Chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding cigar bar and hookah lounge as a permitted use within a C5 General Commercial District as long as it is located on an arterial road, and adding cigar bar and hookah lounge as a use permitted on review within a C5 General Commercial District when not located on an arterial road, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. And the motion passes 7-1. Bringing up item 32, consider holding a public hearing and approving an ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending section 18.6.14.646, division 18.6.14, article 18.6, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand not greater than 5 megawatts as a permitted use within an I-1 restricted manufacturing and warehouse district, amending section 18.6.14.647, division 18.6.14, article 18.6, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand of 5 megawatts or greater as a use permitted on review within an I-1 restricted manufacturing and warehouse district, amending section 18.6.15.658, division 18.6.15, article 18.6, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand of 5 megawatts or greater as a use permitted on review within an I-2 industrial park district, and amending section 18.6.16.672, division 18.6.16, article 18.6, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand of 5 megawatts or greater as a use permitted on review within an I-3 light industrial district, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Christie.
Mayor, I apologize for the long title. It was a mouthful. This did come to council before, and it was tabled in order to do a little bit more research with LEDA and PSO regarding on how we can say yes to anyone who's interested in this. This has come up in a few times in the last couple years, so we're just trying to get ahead of the curve and have a place for them to land if they do come to town. The 5 megawatts, that was determined by PSO and LEDA. To me, that's above my head. I'm not sure what the size of that is. From some of the news articles, that's pretty small compared to some of the ones that I've seen in articles of going around. And so this would just be a code change that would allow the less than 5 megawatts as a outright permitted use in I-1. Anything larger than 5 would be a use permitted on review, so it would be a case-by-case basis that would come through 2 public hearings, the city council, or the city planning commission, and then the council. So I'm here to answer any questions.
You don't have an idea of how big the 5 megawatts are, like how big the Google one is at Pryor?
Some of those I've heard of are 15, 20, or more. So the 5 that I've seen is fairly small. We'd have to Google it real quick and see for sure. But 5, I've been told, is fairly small.
Council, do you have questions before I open the public hearing? Mr. Brown.
Reference your comments, you'll find that most of those are in the gigawatts,
Okay.
not what we're talking about.
So this is real small.
This is real small
Okay.
compared to the ones that are generally making it in the news.
Okay.
So those would be on a case-by-case basis under the use permitted on review process.
Okay, Mr. Wiegert.
Thank you, Mayor. My question would be, with this ordinance being presented, would we be prematurely to move on this or put this planning in place? I know you used the word planning in there, because I noticed that Senator Kendall in Oklahoma from Blanchard has registered a bill. It hasn't gone to law or anything. And I spoke with one of the representatives today. There's a Representative Bowles that filed a 2922. One puts the data processing centers on hold till 2029. The other one would just to make sure if they do come to Oklahoma, they do pay their fair shares. How would that, or would that have impact on this?
Again, we understand that this is a hot topic.
Yes.
Having something in code as it sits right now with the use permitted on review, it basically would be a case-by-case basis. So we would know all that information when it came. A use permitted on review usually requires a binding site plan, so we would know how big, how tall, everything through that process. Having nothing in code, we'd have to play catch up if, if someone came to town and was interested and we didn't have code to address it. But that's the option of the council, whether we want to kind of postpone this till we find out more information and then, follow up later. Again, this is just something that was brought on our radar, and we figured we'd, try to have something in place rather than nothing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wiggers.
No, sir.
What this does is keeps us in the final decision instead of them being able to slip in and say, your code allows it. Now it
Correct.
says, no, it has to go through the review process.
Yes,
Is that right?
the use permit, anything over the 5 megawatts, which is, again, apparently very, very small, would be 2 public hearings. It'd be one in front of the
Gotcha.
City Planning Commission and then one here. So there would be, 2 opportunities for public comments. And again, the use permit on review usually requires a binding site plan where they have to provide us the plan, and they would be bound to that.
Mr. Ipps.
Thank you. You answered one of my 2 questions, which was, would this come back before council? And I think that's if I understand it correctly, that's the intent of placing this in code so that it does come back. So my
Yes, sir.
second question is, while if we implement this code, are we still doing more research to understand the implications behind the larger sizes and what that means and how that's going to affect us, so that if it does come, we can make a more informed decision?
I figured this was going to be a ongoing topic for some time. There's a lot of questions out there. That's always something, the city code in general is a very fluid document. It changes all the time. Not too long ago, it feels like it's been a long time ago, but not too long ago, the data asset mining was a big deal. They came out with state statute, and so we changed our code to match the state statute about the data mining facilities. And so I would foresee, something like that would happen again, where the state would end up doing something, and then we would have to potentially change our code to match state statute if that's something we needed to do.
Mr. Brown.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up. I had to read this like 3 times this afternoon. And when I first read it, I said, no, I don't think we want to encourage this kind of industry, because I just don't see how we have the infrastructure to do it. But about the time I read it the 3rd time, I flipped my idea, because what we're really establishing here, I think, the intent is to put guardrails in automatically. So if anybody's looking at this area to put in a data center, the first thing they're going to do is look at this and go, because I think anybody wanting to build one of these is going to use more than 5 megawatts. So that's already limited, and then it really has to go through a couple of public hearings on specific positions. Did I understand your intent?
Yes, sir. And we also work with PSO. And so
Oh,
this
absolutely.
code would require some kind of assurance from PSO that to fund you, we're not draining your next door neighbor. And so this would be another, check stop to say that they have the capability or the resources to do such activities.
Yeah, I think it took a couple of reads on that for me to understand it in that vein, and especially the part with PSO. I mean, anything that the PSO, this is the first step that PSO is going to say, yeah, we can provide that, which would be hard, I believe, excess on the energy that we use. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My friend AI, and I don't trust him all the time, says that 5 would be 30 to 80,000 feet, and that half of it would be white space, which would be restrooms and other things. That's a pretty big building. But I had some calls, and I just want reassurance that this is not going to go beside somebody's house. And with the industrial zoning, most of the citizens would understand that this would not be a place that would just be right there by their house, that this would actually be placed, I'm sure, with the council and everything, placed somewhere.
Correct. The only thing that would be permitted outright would be the less than the 5 megawatts, and it would be already zoned I-1, or they would be requesting a rezoning to the I-1.
And of course, most citizens realize they don't live close to industrial zone
Correct.
right now.
And so anything bigger than that would be a use permitted on review.
Okay, and none of this would go in unless it's by council approval anyways
Yes.
at that point?
Yeah, the use permitted on review is council approval.
Thank you.
I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Now, we did have some people sign up, which you don't have to do for a public hearing. Mark Gibson, Landon Holly, and Cindy McIntyre, and anybody else that wants to speak, please go ahead and make your way to the front. The three that I named, I already have your address. Okay, we need to start the time. Mark, are you going first? We need to get the time started down, Lynn.
Okay, so a couple things I'd like to.
Okay, and you're Landon, right?
Yes, I'm Landon.
Okay, Landon.
Yes, Landon Holly. There are a couple things I'd like to point out and I think could be added onto this to make sure we have better guardrails to ensure future developments are kind of kept in line. I think one thing to particularly note is beyond just the electrical demands, there's also going to be water supply demands, as well as ecological concerns on what we do with said water, because the water is going to be used to cool down the systems. Those systems are going to contaminate the water, and it's going to be bad. It's going to be filled with metals and other toxins that can be detrimental to the nearby environment. So we got to keep that in mind as we go ahead and take a look at this. Furthermore, I'd also like to note that in our attempts to fully kind of comprehend this, there is a report put out by the Brookings Institute that pointed out that for those large data centers, they employed 1,500 construction workers and only 100 operational jobs post-construction. For a data center this small, imagine how much smaller those numbers would be at the end of it all. You'd end up having maybe 100 construction workers, maybe 10 operational workers at the end of the day. It doesn't make it worthwhile to invest in such a thing. So that's something I'd also like to ask the council to keep in mind, as well as that the money from the data center is really generated through the subsequent usage. So I'd like us to see if we could put in extra clusters to make sure the community can access that data the data center resources, use it for our own computations, our own facilities, and so on. If it's an external company, that money is not going to lie so much in Lawton beyond taxes. It's really going to go out of state, perhaps even out of country. So that's something we have to keep in mind as well. Those are some of the concerns I could think of. Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. Mark? I've got your address, Mark.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mayor, Councilman, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to focus on one specific issue of tonight's agenda, the proposal to allow a data center within a peak electrical demand of 5 megahertz or less on a permitted use of I-1 zoning. This change is being justified as comparing data centers to digital asset minings. Those two uses are not the same, and treating them as similar is planning a mistake. Digital asset mining is typically intermittent, module, and often temporary. A data center is fundamentally different. It's a permanent infrastructure-intensive facility designed with a 24-hour operation, continuous cooling, backup, long-term expansion. 5 megahertz may sound small, but for residential items, it's not. 5 megahertz is roughly equivalent to a continuous electrical demand of 3,000 or more homes. The level and load requirements sustain transmission upgrades, mechanical systems do not belong in residential industrial districts used as a buffer near commercial and residential areas. The common complaint nationwide among data centers is noise. Not occasional noise, but constant noise. Cooling systems, transformers, backup systems produce a low-frequency hum that operates day and night. It is often described as living near a large mechanical plant that never shuts off. Once a data center is permitted by right, the city permanently gives up its ability to address those impacts. There is no guaranteed public hearing, no binding contracts, no meaningful way to address a cumulative expansion. Oversight is lost the moment it is mostly needed. I-1 zoning exists in Lawton as a compatibility buffer, allowing infrastructure-intensive, always-on facility in that district defeats the purpose and initiatives and industrial creep into areas never intended to carry out that level of impact. I'm not asking for council to deny data centers. I'm asking council to retain oversight. Specifically, data centers should never be permitted by right. They should not be allowed in zone I-1 zones. They should always be use permitted on review regardless of the megawatt size. Once oversight is given up, it cannot be reclaimed. Cities that give up oversight already are now struggling to regain control. Cities have required review from the start, avoided these conflicts. Data centers should be reviewed every time, allowed in the right zones, and full public visibility. I urge that you amend the ordinance before approval to keep Lawton zoning aligned with the original intent.
All right, perfect timing. Thank you, Mark. Cindy?
Hi. They've already said a lot of what I wanted to say about data centers in particular. Also keep in mind that this might be one of those investment bubbles that might burst as well. Everybody's investing in them. They're the hot new thing. And that would probably mean maybe empty buildings. But what I really want to comment on, have constructive criticism, is the way public hearings are advertised. It is very unlikely a generic listing of small type in a sea of legal notices on the classified page or elsewhere like this one. And I had to look hard, and Christine sent me this. I looked and looked. I couldn't find it after I heard about it. It's unlikely that the people that are going to be affected by this are really going to notice this. And when I read in your AIC that there was this notice, I looked not just in that issue, but numerous issues. So I think, you know, public hearing, it doesn't bring the topic to the fore. And few people even read the newspaper anyway, sad to say. So there are better ways to get the word out when something may affect the citizens that you want to inform. For instance, when the city tried to sell Hunter Hills and other neighborhood parks a couple of years ago, not a single person bordering the park was notified. That park borders my home, and it would be in private hands right now if I hadn't found out what was intended for it via a newspaper article published by a reader on social media. I wasn't a subscriber at the time. So I went to 40 homes in my neighborhood several times to inform them. Thanks to my neighbors who attended the public hearing and wrote letters, our park was saved. The city even gave us new playground equipment and a lovely new sign. And the number of children playing out there nearly every day is a testament to the value of this park. And we almost lost it. What should have been done would not have been expensive or difficult. You should have sent a letter to each address bordering the park. And if it was of little value, you wouldn't have people would have been quiet. You could have done what you wanted. But if, as it turned out, if we valued it, and we would do just the same that we did. So lack of proper notice, for lack of it, we could have lost a valuable resource. If you want citizens to trust you, you should send a press release to the local media, including social media, informing them in unambiguous language of your intentions to sell parks, change ordinances, or build data centers near established neighborhoods or wherever you want to build them. Don't just hide your intentions in the classified section or a one-line agenda item. So, you know, notice of public hearing, that would not have caught my attention. But data centers, it did. So I hope that you do your research.
Coming. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this item? Council, open for discussion. Do you have anything you want to say based on what you've heard? Okay.
Council, I've got bunch of different ways of looking at this. One of them is, having been up here when medical marijuana became a thing, I look at this as pre-planning, because we didn't pre-plan for that because we weren't allowed to. At least we have an opportunity to try to pre-plan this and put some stuff in, because what ends up happening is a guy comes up here and says, well, I just bought this land and now y'all won't let me do, and so I'd much rather have this set up so that we know ahead of time where they can actually locate. And this isn't going to go next door to somebody's house. It's going to take about 10 acres. If somebody were to put in one this size, it's going to be about 10 acres. When you figure you're going to have some security setback because you're going to have a fence and you're going to have all that. You're going to have parking. You're going to have things. I just appreciate the fact that we are looking ahead, and this isn't going to allow everything to happen, that people may want. But they will have to come at that point and say, we need something different. So the other part of this is, I think, and somebody's mentioned it, is, PSO's got more control of this than anybody does, because they're the ones that know how much electricity they have left and how much they can provide. That's the first stop that anybody that's going to open a data center is going to make, because that's the ultimate, is if they can't get the electricity, then they can't do what they want to do other than by using generators. And it cuts the cost whenever they have to use generators. I appreciate the fact that staff is looking at this and trying to get ahead of it.
Was that a motion?
That was a motion to approve, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
I thought it sounded like that. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion. Please read the title.
Deep breath. An ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending section 18-6-14-646, division 18-6-14, article 18-6, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand not greater than 5 megawatts as a permitted use within an I-1 restricted manufacturing and warehouse district. Amending section 18-6-14-647, division 18-6-14, article 18-6, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand of 5 megawatts or greater as a use permitted on review within an I-1 restricted manufacturing and warehouse district. Amending section 18-6-15-658, division 18-6-15, article 18-6, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand of 5 megawatts or greater as a use permitted on review within an I-2 industrial park district, and amending section 18-6-16-672, division 18-6-16, article 18-6, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2025, by adding data center with a peak electrical demand of 5 megawatts or greater as a use permitted on review within an I-3 light industrial district, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
I got a question for Christie before we vote. Christie, what do we, I know these are small, what we're controlling here, but I know the big ones use an enormous amount of water. And I think back to, I don't know, 2015 or 16, when our lakes were pretty low, including Waurika. Do we have anything in this use permitted on review that discusses water usage?
Not specifically. It was in the first draft that we brought, And we took it as a direction of kind of removing that to make it where that's basically reviewed by staff on that process. Not necessarily written in code, but just as a staff process during the review.
Okay, I got lost in that somewhere.
Sorry.
When you're reviewing the use permitted on review for what you've just presented, does the staff consider water usage and our water supply?
We would send that to Rusty for his expertise in that area.
Okay, Rusty?
On all industries that come into town, they are sent to public utilities, and we review their demand, and if it's available, and our answer, if it is not available and does not adversely impact the citizens of Lawton, then that would be what we would evaluate it against. There are very few locations within Lawton that can support a data center.
And would they more than likely use reuse water?
They can use reuse or raw water.
Okay. And that's in our system already to
Yes.
discuss the water needs
yes.
and the supply?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any, yes, sir.
A quick question for Rusty. Don't go away. Will ODEQ allow us to allow a data center to use groundwater, aquifer water?
They can use aquifer. They have to be permitted. They have to have water rights. And the amount of water they're demanding requires they own a tremendous amount of property to get that volume of water. And one well will not supply. We're talking multi-millions of dollars just to get a small data center water.
Okay, well, I'm satisfied. If it's part of our process and evaluation, I'm satisfied. Yes. Oh, did someone have, Mr. Epps?
I did. For the, what is it, 5 megawatts, that would not come before council. That would just go through permitting. Is that correct?
Yes, less than 5 megawatts would be outright permitted use in I-1, how the ordinance is written today.
Okay. Do we have established parameters that define when you would sign off on that permitting for that 5 megawatts?
If it's under 5, it's a permitted use. So they would come apply for a building permit and follow the code that's in place for the building, and then any setback requirements as far as the zoning. But there would not be any yes or no to that use at that time, because it would already be allowed.
There would be a public utilities review for water availability at that location, even in that process.
John, are you okay?
I am.
Staff's recommendation is pass this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You believe safeguards are in place?
Yes.
Any, any further questions by our council members? Please vote.
Mayor, I did have, yeah. Yeah.
Pardon? Oh, Mr. Hampton,
Just
I'm
quick-
sorry.
You're quite, just very quick, for quick clarification, even the 5 megawatt coming in, they would still go before council for if nothing else, besides, is that what you were saying, Rusty? Because it would still need to go in review for the utility, for the water utility.
That's on the building permit side. So if it's under 5 megawatts, it'd be a permitted use as far as zoning is concerned.
Right.
When they apply for a building permit to construct said facility, that's when Rusty would do his review.
My question is whether it'll come before council.
No.
From what Rusty said.
It would not come to council if the city has adequate waters to support that without impacting fire flow and potable demand in the city.
Right. But
if
Rusty,
it
what
did-
you're saying is if there's not enough water, it'll need to come before council?
It would have to come to council for them to, there would have to be some means of them obtaining that
Right.
water.
And if there is enough water, it wouldn't come before council, but you're saying that it's gonna take multi-million dollars of digging wells
Yes,
to even get to the point to where we know that they have enough water.
yes. And they would either have to build it at a location that would be basically adjacent to our Southeast Water Treatment Plant, a raw water line, or some form of reuse water.
And that is a check, in a sense, for the council.
That would come to council for a contract for selling them that water.
We may not even, none of us may even be here if any of that happens, but the point, the council would still have to recognize that, to use that much water.
Yes, to
And
sell
you're-
that volume of water at council.
And you're saying that even with the aquifers that we have, we're not producing enough water to do that at this point?
Enough wells, but the cost would get very
Right,
prohibitive.
but we don't, but as far as now, I know we have a couple of wells, but at this
We've got
point,
3 wells that produce about 10 million
and
gallons.
those would not support
No.
this at all?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Mr. Epps?
One more question. What's the risk if we don't pass this right now?
Not really anything. When someone came to town and wanted to do this use, right now it's not a permitted use anywhere. So we would eventually have to write some kind of code that would allow them inside the city limits if that's the council's desire.
Okay, it's not a permitted use. Data centers are not a permitted use anywhere.
Right now, correct. They're not listed as a permitted use anywhere.
And so right now, if we do nothing, everything has to come to council. For
Well, there would
data
have to be a code change to allow it somewhere. Because council can't even say, you can just go over there. It would have to be a code change that would list that use in a specific zoning.
If
So we
we-
would have to do a code change either now or later if we would want them inside the city limits.
If we pass this, we lose our control on below 5 megawatt. If we don't pass it, everything has to come to the council for a code change.
Yeah, we would just basically push this down the line. But this can be floor amended anytime you want to. I mean, and that's an option as well.
I'm going to tell you what I think we need to do. Because I sat in some LEDC meetings talking about data centers. And I think we need to push the pause button and get Rich Rogowski and LEDC in here to educate us a little bit better on data centers and the water use and the reuse water possibility. Council, I'd really like to see you push the pause button on this, and let's get a little bit more information. We're in the driver's seat without passing this, and I'd like to stay there. Mr. Warren?
If I amend my motion, does legal have to read the title again? I would amend my motion to table this until such time as Rich can bring a presentation about data centers.
Is there a second? Second. Who seconded that? It needs to be the same person. Ms. Williams? Second. Okay. Discussion.
Can I ask a question?
Mr. Brown?
It's me. On that motion, I believe if we table it to a date certain, that helps out with the public notifications and not having to redo a newspaper publication for it. We announce it at the meeting right here so everyone knows when it's coming back.
Nick, first council meeting in February. And the second's okay? Okay, you got, thank you, Don Lynn.
Just quick clarification. Bring the exact same item back, or do you want this item modified? Or does it depend on what Mr. Rogowski says?
Have some discussion when you're ready.
Because we
Pardon me?
could just do a discussion item and then bring this back later.
I'd like to offer a thought on this.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
So is it not feasible, and we had a presentation that suggested some amended wording that would still look like we allowed them, but they had to be a complete process. So could we, and I'm not sure it was you, sir, that was in your paper, had a couple of changes. but could we not just amend this current one that restricted, in other words, took out the 5 megawatts, set it down to where if you wanted to build a data center in this town, yeah, because right now it's restricted. You can't even ask because it's banned. Could we use this amendment to say, yeah, we'll consider it, but it has to go through the detailed process?
The UPOR.
Whatever you call it,
Yes.
ma'am,
Yeah.
whatever you call it.
Yeah.
But couldn't we just amend it that way? That way we don't have to go through the whole process. We have restricted it even more. It says we would consider it, but we got more hoops for you to jump through, and PSO being big hoop along with water.
That would be an easy amendment. The city attorney, this allows for a floor amendment, so if you wanted to strike the one part about allowing it in I-1, we could make it all use permitted on review.
That's the words I was looking for. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I just throw that out for consideration. Then this would be finished, but yet we've got the safeguards in that we're looking for.
Yeah, good point. Mr. Epps?
I believe that the safeguards would be there with that. My concern is then we don't have a forcing function for us to go back and do our homework and research and get on the same page with all that's implied with this. With tabling it, I feel like it's more of a forcing function to have someone come up and present the information thoroughly, and then we can make a more informed decision.
Mr. Hooton?
So essentially, does that just take out the 5 megawatt barrier or number?
Yes,
If you
I
like
mean,
to take it
we
down
could basically do
any-
that. Instead of there being a threshold of the 5, we take the 5 out and move all data centers to a use permitted on review process. And then at that time, the applicant would come and answer specific questions regarding their facility. Because right now, this is a broad brush that would do everything.
Okay.
And so we may not have specific answers because it would depend on a specific facility that would want to come.
Thank you.
Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that kind of some of the stuff that's been said here is us dealing with this whole thing on a very proactive level. And I think that in the sense of being proactive, I support the fact of changing it, but I do strongly support us being educated about what the heck we're dealing with here in more detail so that we can deal with it. So I do support both of the things that were said on that side of the dais, especially getting some educational information for this, for us to make an educated approach on this.
Well, and just for clarification, I know of none coming, none on the horizon. I know Lita has talked very general terms, but as far as actually knowing that one's coming into a specific area, I am not aware of that. So we may still have some time to be educated before we potentially see our first request.
And I think that's good and proactive. But at the same time, I think that if we can bring some educational information, as was mentioned, before the council, it'll help the citizens also to understand and maybe ease their objections to it.
Mr. Warren?
I do like the idea of use permitted on review simply because it puts everything in one package every time. We can look at water usage, we'll have PSO here to say, yeah, we can supply that or whatever. But I also do like the idea of having Rich or somebody come and talk to us about it, because there are a lot of positives for data centers. They're not just negatives. There's a lot of positives. So, I mean, if everybody's still good with tabling it, we can do that. And I guess we can vote, and if it doesn't pass, we'll try something else.
What's our risk tabling it for 2 weeks?
Nothing. I mean,
If somebody applies, we have to change the code.
right. And it wouldn't go into effect for 30 days anyway. Ordinance doesn't go into effect for 30 days.
So-
My only question is if we table it, am I bringing back this exact item or am I bringing back a modified item?
Okay, well, we have a motion to table and get educated in 2 weeks.
And then we can direct which version to bring back.
And I do have to have public hearings for code changes. So if we wanted to have, Richard do his presentation and then we schedule the public hearing for maybe that next meeting, and then that way the public hearing is set. So maybe, could we table this to that second meeting in February and then have Richard present at that first one, and then that way I can get the public hearing taken care of?
He's going to present at the first one, and then whatever we do at the second? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, then based off of that conversation, you could direct me to bring this exact item back or a modified version, but I'd already have the public hearing posted for that.
Are you okay with that amendment? Are you okay with that second? Let's vote.
And Mayor, I'll notify Richard for you. Mayor,
Pardon me?
I'll notify Richard to have a presentation ready.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, the motion to table passes 7-1. Let's go to item 34. Discuss Lawton City Code Division 731-1, event and assembly.
33, Mayor.
Okay, we'll go to 33. Receive a presentation from the Public Utilities Department regarding the industrial redundancy system to provide water in the industrial park area and provide direction to city staff as needed. Rusty.
Yes, what we've got bringing before the council, I've got a PowerPoint presentation. Oh, yes. A master plan was created for the West Industrial Park by Garver Engineering, but that master plan is for provides redundancy out there, but it also provides for future expansion. We were looking at means of being able to service our industrial customers in the West Industrial Park, West Industrial, Goodyear, Bar S, Republic, those industries out there. We currently have one line that feeds out there, one pump station, one elevated storage tank. When we have a failure on any one of those components, we put those industries out of water. Over the past 5 years, from information from Goodyear, we've had 6 outages over the past 5 years that have cost in excess of almost $3.5 million worth of lost capital production at just Goodyear. We do not have a redundant feed out there because they require, in that industrial park, require higher pressures than our normal operating pressures for most of our areas of Lawton. While we were looking at the Garver report that they provided to LEDC, I got to looking at the problems we were having and how we could accomplish it at a better cost. And we first started looking only at a redundancy to supply Goodyear. They're the ones primarily that are impacted dramatically. We had got Jacobs to to start working on a technical memorandum on what it would take to provide redundancy at Goodyear. Then we got to looking at potential funding sources, and from those funding sources, we started looking at what if we looked at the funding sources that are available out there if we looked at the entire industrial park. And what we have is Here is the map layout of the water. The red line comes from 67th Street out to the checkerboard tank out there on Cash Road. From that point, it feeds over to Goodyear Boulevard and goes down south. And that is the zone boundary for the industrial park. That feeds all of that. That's one line feed out there. We've had a number of breaks on the 24-inch water main that feeds out there, along with a pump station failure, pump failure, electrical failure on that pump station 1 that has put that out of service, which puts specifically Goodyear out of service. The west high zone is the green line on this map. The green line can only provide about 45 PSI. The industrial line provides 96 PSI. What we were looking at is I got to looking at it and how we could get a redundancy out of the west high zone, come up with a concept of building a booster pump station that's fed off the west high zone and connecting it to the industrial zone. And that booster pump station would be able to boost that pressure. There's enough volume available in the West Industrial Park to handle the West Industrial Residential, plus to boost the pressure and feed the industrial park in an emergency situation. It has an excess capacity of about 5 million gallons a day, which would be adequate to supply the industrial park with some to spare, even with expansion of the industrial park. But that booster pump station. Then we've also started looking at the 24-inch main and the problems with it. The dark, broad red line there, that line is a 24-inch water main that is 50 years old. It was built to service Goodyear, and Goodyear is now reaching 50 years old in our community. And so that line has reached its life. So we were looking at that line and that booster pump station. So Jacobs developed a technical memorandum for a design on the booster pump station. And here we have is a layout of the flows, is a hydraulic model distribution of the flows. The orange yellow arrows is the industrial line. The purple is the west high zone. First we started looking at Plan A, in which would be located on Goodyear site, which is just a very small booster pump station, but it only would cover Goodyear, but it still leaves us vulnerable on that 24-inch main. But the larger plan is a booster pump station, Plan B, located right there at ARD, that's fed hooks to both lines, and it would be able to boost the pressure to the entire industrial park and feed the entire industrial park. Jacobs developed the Plan A early on. It's only $720,000, but it would only service Goodyear. The Plan B services the entire industrial park, and it also upgrades Pump Station 3 to be able to handle, we've got aging pumps in that system right there. It upgrades that. And it would, at a total cost with a 30% contingency of $8.5 million to upgrade and be able to feed water from either the west high zone or the industrial high zone to the entire industrial park. Then we started looking at a recommendation is Plan B is for the entire industrial park. Then we started looking at the line and looking at phasing that project there to replace that 24-inch aging water line. Even with the booster pump station, if there was a break on that water line from the railroad tracks south, it would still put Goodyear out of water. And since that line is at its life, we need to replace that line. So we asked Garver Engineering, and I've got Cole with Garver here, Jacobs couldn't make it up. They were down, he lives in Dallas, and the ice would not let him get here tonight, but he was going to be here to present. But replacement of that line, we developed 2 phases. One is the south part of that, which would provide a new line from the booster pump station to just north of the railroad tracks, which would accommodate everything that's in the industrial park area. And a phase 2 would take it all the way back to the checkerboard industrial tank. Garver's analysis of this, the phase 1, the 30-inch ductile iron, we're looking at ductile iron or PVC. That is about the top end that you would use PVC, and it's a high pressure, so we're really evaluating the reliability of the PVC for that line. It would probably bring the price down slightly, but not significantly less. But for phase 1, to put the south part of that 1.25 miles of that line in, costs $6.3 million. Phase 2 is another $6 million. And again, a 30% contingency takes us to a total line replacement cost of about $16.5 million. So what that gives us is a total project cost of phase 1, phase 2 of the water line, and a pump station, booster pump station of $25 million. Phase 1 of the water line needs to be built with the pump station. So it could be done at approximately, let's see, 6 and 8, 14, 15, right at $15.4 million, $15.5 million to do phase 1 and the booster pump station. Because it's servicing all of that industries, we have a source of funding is through the State Department of Commerce, their P3 grant funds. And Richard Rogowski has sent our technical memos to the Department of Commerce to see about potential funding, and we've requested the funding from them to support the entire project. And of course, with first things first, we have to move forward with design of this project, which is a contract with, we'll bring back contracts with Jacobs for the pump station and Garver for the water line replacement project. And that would be brought back conditional upon receiving that funding. But we have talked with their industrial customers out there. They have, especially Goodyear, has really been pushing for us to come up with some way to keep them in service with the impact that it financially has on Goodyear. And then that impact affects their production, and they want to make sure that Goodyear stays in Lawton for a long time. So we want to, we all want that. So this is a step to help assure that. So. Open for questions.
So what you're wanting is our approval to get started on the contracts, but they wouldn't be let unless you receive funding.
They would not be issued a notice to proceed with their design until funding is secured. And depending on how much the Department of Commerce is able to give us, they may only give us the money for the design. If they give us the money for design, then we can move forward with that design. And then we can come back to them and other funding sources. But we really think we can at least get the pump station, the booster pump station, and the first 1.25 miles of that 24-inch main in this first round of funding.
Okay. I've been in those meetings with Goodyear on this. It's critical that we do this not only for Goodyear, which happens to be the largest manufacturing employer in the state right here in Lawton, but it's important for the whole industrial park and any expansion that we want to have, recruiting other industry jobs here. Council, I think we ought to approve this and let the staff get to work on it.
Yeah, I've got Cole with Garver. If there's anything that you would like to ask him, because they did the original master plan along with the the technical memorandum on the water line.
Well, he drove all the way down there. We ought to let him at least say something. Plus, he's got I Love Lawton Fort Sill
I don't
pin
know
on
if
it.
it hurt his feelings to him not have to speak.
Yes, sir. I drove all the way down with my I Love Lawton pin. My name is Cole Niblett, Oklahoma Water Team Leader for Garver. Rusty mentioned we've been master planning on this particular issue nigh on the last 10 years. So one of my first jobs at Garver was that LEDC master plan. So just excited to be able to support you guys in accomplishing these goals. So,
Was
thank
this
you.
redundancy plan in that original master plan?
This water line and the bottleneck associated with the pressures that Rusty talked about, that was one of the key findings from that study, yes, sir.
Yeah. I like this redundancy where we don't shut our industry down, at least not more than it takes to open different and shut a valve.
These valves will be automated. We'll be able to do that by turning a switch.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
It will not be a long shutdown.
Okay,
The
good.
minute we know, we can flip a switch, automate the valves, and switch it.
Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And this is another proactive approach here. This new pump system that we're putting in.
Booster pump station.
Yeah, what is this whole project, what is the life expectancy of that before we have to redo it again?
The building facilities and everything will have, building facilities are basically without, it pumps, you have about a 10 to 12-year life on a pump itself. Electrical switchgear, you may have 15 to 20 years on. The building itself is a 50-year life. The lines are 50-year life. So, but you have to replace a pump ever so often on a pump station. But it has backup generational power. It also is rehabbing one of our existing pump stations that has, the pumps are at life now, that we're going to have to spend that money whether we do this or not. So.
Right, is there a percentage that we can expect to get some outside funding on some of
This
this
right
too,
here,
Rusty?
the potential is complete funding. And that's what we've asked for, the complete full project funding. Now, Department of Commerce, through their P3 funding, and what they use is the payroll taxes that the state receives and uses that as collect that money and actually puts it back out into the local community.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Is that a motion to direct the staff to proceed?
Yes, that is a motion to direct staff to proceed.
And we have a second discussion. Please vote. Okay, and the motion carries. Item 34, discuss Lawton City Code Division 731-1, event and assembly permits, and take action as deemed necessary. Jerry, I'm going to let you introduce this, please.
Council, the mayor asked me if I would look at the Lawton City Code set out there on as it relates to assembly permits. Since this was past action taken by the council before I came on board, and he was specifically wanting my opinion as to whether or not there were any constitutional concerns about restrictions on free speech. The legal department for the city of Lawton began our research on this and then kind of got caught by the snow. We had started some discussions last week and some things were emailed to me on Friday because, as you know, I'm not in the office every day. Our comparison, besides looking at what Lawton passed itself, was a comparison with our 6 peer cities, which as I've learned, I think I'm correct, are the 3 cities with the population closest above Lawton and the 3 cities with the population closest below what Lawton is. So the 3 right above, the 3 right below, and Lawton's right in the middle. So of those 6 towns, I would tell you, I saw nothing in the Lawton City Code that I thought prevented free speech or prevented the opportunity for citizens to have free speech, but I saw the code as an effort to try to assure safety and security of all citizens when that expression was taking place. Quite honestly, the assembly permit for the city of Lawton, I think, is, as I looked and reviewed it again today, I was a little bit surprised that the assembly permit, that the application shall be submitted no less than 2 hours prior to the time when the event occurs. So that if something's going to happen at noon on somebody's lunch hour, they just need to submit the application by 10 a.m. that day. And unlike one of our peer cities says no person shall engage in a demonstration without a permit. Another says 3 or more. Lawton and another of our peer cities both say if you have 25 people, you need that assembly permit. Lawton also puts the permitting application in the hands of the Parks and Recreation Department. Some of our peer cities require the chief of police, specifically the chief of police, to grant the permit, or the city manager. My reading and interpretation was that it's a little appears the Parks and Recreation Department is probably a little more, gives an appearance to the public of being a little more friendly than having to go to the city manager or to the chief of police to ask for one of these permits. But the mayor wanted me to give an update on where we were. That was before we anticipated 2.5 days or 2 full days being out of the office. My intent is to try to put this in a somewhat of a comparative chart so that you can see where you are as it relates to our peer cities. But with that, I'm happy to answer questions of the council.
Council, do you have any questions on this? Any questions from council? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let citizens that have signed up to speak. And if you guys will just, do we have some, Mr. Epps, did you want to speak?
Yes,
Okay,
I moved
go ahead.
too slow. Can you refresh my memory? The city manager's answered this question for me before, but what's the cost of our permit?
I'll have to look unless he knows off.
I think it's $25 off the top of my head.
Okay, it's 20, okay, that's what I thought. I just didn't want to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding. And then I just want to verify, because you did some comparisons that I think show us in a favorable light, but do you see any legal or constitutional issues with us requesting $25 for this type of permit?
You know, my old judge hat tells me to say that that's a question of fact that has to be determined on an individual type basis. There are different, the peer cities have different amounts that they do require. Some of them may even have an opportunity to waive if indigency is shown, inability to pay. And not to be in full disclosure, one of our peer cities makes no requirement whatsoever for an assembly permit.
Okay. These were handed to me in order that they were handed to the clerk, and I have messed them up. So I apologize to y'all for that. I'm going to read these off, and if you'll come up here and talk. Tom Sutherland, Mark Ashton, Cindy McIntyre, Landon Holly, and Alexander Smith. Now, we have a 9-minute time limit, and there are 5, so that's about 2 minutes apiece. Okay, Tom? And I've got everybody's address here, so when you get up there, just state your name and you're ready to talk.
There we go. I rehearsed for 30 minutes. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. First off, I'd like for us to have aspirational cities, not peer cities. Tulsa does not require a permit for anyone wanting to get together. You have a copy of the page. I had it handed out this evening where they list their exceptions. I'm going to tell you the problem you have on your 2-hour thing. The event happens at noon on Saturday. News breaks. People want in the streets. They want to protest. And there's nobody to answer the phone to get a permit from. So requiring a permit at that doesn't work. The other thing is, in the code as it is stated right now, it requires that there's a spokesperson. We're in the internet, folks, as we've discussed tonight. There may be no spokesperson. The veterans may have a gripe they want to complain about. Indigenous people may want to come together. No Kings people may want to come together. And as happened last spring, those groups coalesced at Shepler Park. There was not a leader. There was not a single organization. So there was no one to file the permit. But there were over 25 people there. So if you're going to put those kind of limits on it, you're missing the boat about what's happening in our society. Please consider doing what it will take for us to operate under the current situation. People are going to be there spontaneously. Tulsa's got it right. They're there spontaneously. They're behaving themselves. No permit. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. And I want you to know I appreciate you bringing this up because I think it's a good community conversation. Mark?
Again, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. As all of you know, this country was founded on the principle of protest. That's how it came to exist. Protest is a natural and a God-given right. It is a constitutional given right. The First Amendment to the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, and First Article, and Third Section of the Oklahoma Constitution. And Mayor, I'm trying to cut through this because you lopped off a minute from me. The U.S. Supreme Courts and the Oklahoma Supreme Courts have said that the First Amendment is something that we must go by and that it is presumed to be controlling in any situation where there is debate. The courts have ruled that in many times, the objection that's raised as to protest is the safety of the protest. The courts have ruled that the thought that there might be safety issues is insufficient. It doesn't cover the situation, and that has to be evidence of safety issues. In fact, Alexander Hamilton said, to be more safe, the nations at length become willing to run the risk of being less free. This country has seen protests through the Civil Rights Campaign and other campaigns, and we've made it through those safely. And to think that there would be such an uproar in Lawton, Oklahoma on that is going down a blind alley. It doesn't have any merit into our situation. I would urge you to look seriously at the Tulsa ordinance and not require a permit. Abraham Lincoln was a man who often was confronted with protest. And he is remembered to say, to sin by silence when there should be protests makes cowards of human beings.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And Cindy McIntyre. Oh, okay. Landon, go ahead. You guys knew the order better than I did.
So I just want to expand on what they've said. Whenever I was reading Article 7-31, I found it really confusing to read due to the way we define things. In section under 7-31-1-3102, A1, A2, and A3, you define assembly permit, and event as separate entities. But event permit is not defined, despite that being what is talked about through the entire paper. Now, while I would treat an event permit the exact same as an assembly permit, they're treated as two separate things. Well, event permit is covered earlier, assembly permit is covered later. As it currently stands, assembly permits have no regulations, and the 2-hour time limit does nothing. As Sutherland put out, 2 hours for something that is as fluid or as dynamic as a protest is not enough time. You put in that 2-hour application, no one's there, someone's out on lunch, right? Furthermore, it says to submit it 2 hours before the event, not the assembly. So in that case there, do we need to submit it 2 hours beforehand? Because those are two different things as defined earlier on. And so that's a problem there. Furthermore, the reasons for denial of a said event permit does not extend to assembly permit, as they're treated as separate things. And again, to go with this whole separation of stuff, all the rules and regulations we have for assemblies aren't really there. To have assembly permits is just to be redundant, because as it currently stands, I could say I want to have a protest here in 10 minutes, an assembly, not a event, and as long as we are not acting recreationally, celebratory, or, gosh, there was a third one for events, then we're good. I just gotta hope that at some time, y'all will give me the permit. And of course, there's no timeline on that because the event permit timeline does not extend to assembly permits. That's all.
All right, thank you. Who's next, Cindy?
Congress shall make no law. So if Congress can make no law, why does Lawton think it can? Requiring a permit gives the city the option to deny, not acceptable. Has the city ever given a citation to an unpermitted group of 25 or 30 people enjoying a family reunion in a city park? Has the city ever given a citation to unpermitted church group of 25 or more gathered to pray and sing in a park? How many people do you think even know that the city requires a permit for such activities when the only facilities used are the grass and the shade from the trees and maybe a picnic table or two? Peacefully protesting is a time-honored tradition as American as apple pie. A permit does not guarantee that nothing will go wrong. A parked car can lose its brakes on a hill and crash into a crowded farmer's market. Does that mean you should ban cars on hills? The police in Wichita Falls are respectful of the protesters there. Tulsa is as well. And it has never required a permit when hundreds and thousands have protested there numerous times this year. It's time that Lawton puts its arms around the Bill of Rights and supports the right of its citizens to petition the government for redress of grievances, whether at Shepler Park or in this very chamber. Thank you.
Okay, and Alexander Smith.
I grew up here, spent most of my life here, spent my entire life serving this nation. The right to protest, when I was younger, my parents would go to protests against abortion rights in very large groups. I never once heard anyone ever mention requiring getting a permit. I understand that there is a need for being aware of a thing happening so that you can have police nearby able to respond. A notification system on the website would function in the same way. Oh, we're going to have a protest at this time. Submit. You all are notified. The Lawton police are notified automatically. No permission required as a point. And another point, the 2-hour required notification, every single protest that I've been aware of has never gotten a response in that 2-hour time frame. If you guys are responding in that 2-hour time frame, that'd be great, but you don't. You typically take several days, and in one case that I'm aware of, at least 3 weeks to respond. It literally sat on a desk until someone else came in and stepped up and said, I'll put my name on it, and then it processed through. In a matter of days, still days. So those are my points. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you. Is Deputy Chief Hines or Carter still in the building? Okay. All right, thank you. I'm wondering, and we've got Dwayne here, and we've got a fire chief here. You guys might be able to help us. Have we ever had an incident at a protest or a demonstration?
Not to my knowledge, as far as maybe some type of unruly. Now, anytime we have a large gathering of people, it's a good idea for public safety to know that, because, I mean, in our own council chambers, we've had medical emergencies. And so from a fire point of view, we like to know, no different than a high school football game on a Friday night. There's a large number of people. It gives us the ability to plan and be ready to respond into a situation like that. But as far as controversial, not that I'm aware of as far as an incident like that.
Do we already have some ordinances in place that say how far you have to be from the curb? Dwayne, did you want to say anything? Okay. He said he's not aware of any. Do we already have some rules in place about you can't block the sidewalk, or you have to be so far from the curb that would control these things? But, because I'm going to tell you where I'm at on it. I'm sitting here, and in the time I've been here, we've had a few things that happened that we were very concerned would get out of hand. I'm not going into the details of that, but they didn't get permits, and we didn't fine anybody, and somehow we may do. But we make all the law-abiding citizens get a permit. And then we end up punishing law-abiding citizens by requiring a permit. I understand the public safety thing, but I'm pretty sure we're constantly monitoring Facebook activity to see if something's going on anyway. And I think what we need to do is challenge the staff to come up with a way that, I know Tulsa's not a peer city, but Norman is, and I'm pretty sure Norman is the one that has no rules. Is that right?
Correct.
And can't you just imagine in a university town like Norman saying 25 people getting together has to have a permit? It's just not going to happen. But somehow they manage. And here you have Tulsa, even bigger, no permit. I just wonder if we can't challenge the staff to look at this, and let's find a way to let Americans be Americans and figure out, we've managed to provide the public safety necessary. I do think there's a point about this is the internet age and I think that's a good point. I think there's a point that something happens on a Saturday or Sunday, there's no place to go get a permit. So I think those are good points. But for me, what it amounts to is a lot that we require law-abiding citizens to get a permit so we can prepare for their law-abiding activity, and we don't require anything of the ones that we're concerned with. So I'm sorry, ma'am, we had to turn in your speaking sheet early. Council, I'll throw that at you.
Mayor, I would just comment, I would agree. I think we need to look at that. I'd like to see a chart that's got all of our peer cities. The one thing I was looking at that was different was we require insurance coverage. I don't remember what it is, $1 million. And if you follow the rules, you have to go buy that, and it's anywhere from $300 to $500 or something like that. But most of our peer cities will provide a waiver that you can sign in lieu of having insurance. So I'd just like to see all of that in one place so that we can just see what's happening everywhere else. And I think the mayor's right. I think, you know, we do end up punishing the individuals that are law-abiding. But I don't like that, but that's what we do with every law that we've got. Every single law that we have out there punishes those that are following the rules. You have to stop at that stop sign because some idiots won't. So, I mean, it's just the nature of the beast, so we can't get around that totally. But I would like to see that so that we can make a good decision.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm a veteran. I went to war fighting for freedom, and I've kind of said this before. I'm still formulating my opinions because on the responsibility of citizens that want to exercise their freedom in not wanting you to do what you do. And there is always that polarizing issue. Not all people want private protest. Some people want violent protest, and it's pretty evident that those people are out there. And the balance of trying to find a way, as I had mentioned earlier, to live together, and that's the whole key, is how do we live together? And sitting in this chair and having the responsibility to support those that hate me and those that love me is real solemnistic, if you can, biblically cutting a baby in half. But I would say freedom in this country is something that is fantastic. And when you're sitting with bullets and a gun wanting to shoot somebody that doesn't believe the same way that you do, you think differently. And I would say that freedom without responsibility is not freedom at all. And I think that if you're responsible, then you can be free. And if you're not responsible, then you can't be free. And that's evident in our justice system here, and evident at my house if my teenager doesn't do what I tell him to do. So, you know, we discussed this, and I totally agree that you need to have the right to freedom to freely protest. But I disagree that you have the right to freely protest violently and somebody get hurt. And we must remember that the freedom that we have in this country gives criminals the right to walk around free unless they perpetuate a crime. So I just want to kind of throw that out there as we're talking about all this, because I do think I wrestle with giving my when he was a teenager, giving my child boundaries that he doesn't go out and hurt himself, and at the same time, and I kind of see the laws like that with and the policies that we put in place because we indeed want to be safe in everything that we do. I think that we need to have the freedom to protest. I believe that, but and I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Eaton.
There you go. Well, it just seems to me that to be required to get a permit to have an event such as the Spear Survival or holiday in the park or international festival is one thing, but the requirement to have a permit to go and talk about the presidential election or whatever you want to talk about, or that seems to me we probably need to make some changes within our policy, or a policy within our program there. So to me, they're two separate issues altogether. Just defining what an event is.
Mr. Epps.
I was just going to say, Mayor, do you need a motion to direct staff to go back and review the policy and bring some other options back to us?
I do. And I'd like in there, if they want to discuss with us, I don't really want to legislate their response, but maybe discuss with us some ways they could respond, how they could respond in a spur of a moment without, I mean, our job's public safety, and the whole permit process is about public safety, if I'm not mistaken. So we need to understand what's public safety look like.
I make that motion.
You make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Did I hear a second? We do have a second discussion. Ms. Williams.
That's what I was wanting to know. Why was their charge put in place to begin with? In the ordinance where there's a charge of $25 if it's 25 people or more, what was the reasoning for that, the cost, why was it put in there to begin with?
I would say we were trying to recover our cost, and that was probably done before anyone in the room was here.
Yeah.
But I would say they were trying to cover the cost of getting the permit
So
issued.
some events require, like for example, if there's an event that requires us to block off traffic, so then we would have to provide police, there's a cost associated with that. So I wasn't here when that ordinance was passed, but I imagine that was probably the intent behind it.
Mr. Warren.
And I think it all kind of melds together, because part of the reason for having permits anyway is because you have to be able to define between 20 people showing up on the lawn of the city hall and 400 people showing up at an event in the park that's planned, that needs porta potties and dumpsters and all those things that you have to have when you have a large group of people.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's pretty simple, but I think it's pretty difficult to put that all in one package and figure out how to make it not punish the smaller groups that just want to meet and carry a sign or whatever. But I do see the chief's point in that. I think part of the reason, I do remember, and I don't remember the two groups or whatever, but at one point you have one thing going on at Elmer Thomas Park, and then you've got another thing going on at City Hall out in the, and so law enforcement and fire needs to be able to stage for that, if that makes sense. So I think that was part of it also.
Dwayne, do you have something to add?
We used to, these assembly permits, they circulate through the multiple departments. And the city's response is based upon the request of the petitioner, if you will, the one that's bringing the application. It could be barricades off for a block party, neighborhood block party, something like that. It could be an event in the park. They may be requesting additional dumpsters, trash pickup. There's just any number of things that would accompany that might make the city incur additional cost. And so that circulates through, and each department director signs off on what they would provide or could provide or won't provide, essentially. When you talk about events, that's, I think, different than a protest, so to speak. Unless they get into the street and start blocking the streets, then we have a public safety issue.
Okay, now, I'm going to tell you the question I'm going to ask if the staff comes back with, we can't do it. I'm going to say, why can Tulsa do it without notice? Why can Norman do it without notice? And so with that, please vote. And the motion carries 8-0. And that's going to bring up the addendum. And if you'll give me just a minute to pull that up. We're on the addendum page. Has everybody got it? And if you logged in so you can vote? Consider approving a comprehensive revision to the Kids First Homeless Action Plan, repealing and replacing the previous adopted plan. Council, I put an extensive explanation in the AIC here, agenda item commentary. And I go through a lot of things there, and I hope you've read up on this so I don't have to repeat it all. But at the end of the day, we made a lot of changes that had to do with legalities. And making it, honestly, it didn't change much, but we made it a little more where it's not as inviting. You know, we're not trying to invite legal challenges. You follow me? And so I think legal and our consultant, Dr. A.J. Griffin, have done a good job of cleaning that up. And then Don Lynn got to do all the work for us on this, so I want to appreciate her. It has, at the end of the day, anybody can add shelter that they want to. The city's not going to add shelter. But if there's a church or a nonprofit that wants to use private funds or their own funds, however they get them, they can build shelter. They can serve anybody that they want to, though the plan requires residency. Now, that's prefaced with when allowed by the CDBG and home grants. The other thing is we do limit. We say we're not going to increase shelter space, and we've had that discussion before. And we say that city-directed federal funds can only be used for individuals that can prove their former residency in Lawton. Obviously, it wouldn't be their current residency unless it's been for some period of time because they happen to be here. So really, that's what it's all about. And I will, it stresses the fact that we're putting kids and public safety, we're putting our innocence above everything. And we're compassionate, and we're gonna apply this compassionately, but we're gonna require that there be measurable metrics met, and that individuals that don't, I don't know how to say it. We can't force people to rehabilitate. Did you know that? We cannot force people to rehabilitate. And we are not wanting city-directed federal funds to be used to continue to enable. Our goal is empowerment. empower them to do better. Now, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you have, and Don Lynn, you are free to jump in there and try to explain that real quick better than I did. Whatever you want, whatever you think is important that I didn't say.
I think you said to me once, maybe the last council meeting, that I'm really enjoying listening to you talk about it. So you got it.
Council questions?
I don't really have a question. I think that it's really important because we have the opportunity to enact and fund solutions, and we also, at the same time, have the opportunity to limit the enabling of a structure that has been used for the wrong purposes over the years. Not necessarily just here, but everywhere. When you have groups that make money by continuing to provide the same thing for the same people without making them have a better life, that's not accomplishing anything. It's poor use of citizen dollars. For me to come and knock on your door every Tuesday and say, I've got this guy that he doesn't have a job and he doesn't have anywhere to live, and I need you to go ahead and pay for a room. That's not fixing the problem. And I think we have moved into an area now where we are interested in fixing the problem and not just continuing to have the same problem over and over and over again. We will always have to contend with having the same problems with different individuals. But if we can build solutions, we can funnel those individuals into those solutions and actually make the world better, and not simply fund people that are trying to bring it along. I think this is a really positive thing. I know that we've gotten some bad press, not necessarily by the press, but we've had some people talking about us on Facebook and why aren't we helping this individual and why aren't we doing this and why aren't we doing that? Well, we're doing a lot, but we're going to try to make sure that it actually funnels down to the people that need it and that we make their life better tomorrow than it is today. You know, we're fighting a battle against not just homelessness and things of that nature. We're fighting a battle against other cities that shall remain nameless so that we don't get in a big battle over that. But anytime you've got a larger city that is literally putting a backpack on somebody's back and putting them on a bus and sending them to Lawton, Oklahoma, that is not solving the problem. And in fact, I think it's propagating the problem. And anyway, I just think that this is a really good change. I think we didn't really change a whole lot, like Mayor said. I think that we have kind of built a little cover in there for ourselves and where we had left ourselves open. But I think the problem is that we just need to get everybody on board.
Thank you. And was that a motion for approval?
That was a motion for approval.
Is there a second? We do have a second. Now I want to make one other statement that, as you were speaking, reminded me. We do a good job in this version of defining the roles of government. What is the municipal role? What is the state role? What is the national role? Our job is not housing people. That is a HUD program from the federal government. We have the Oklahoma Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, and that is their role. So we keep that in mind, and we define that in the plan. Everybody expects, this is normal, that the government entity that they have the most access to do everything, but we can't do everything. By the way, that's the city. They have the most access to us. You can't go to the state legislator and get up and talk or sign to talk about anything that I'm aware of. And so you have most access to the city, and everybody expects the city to do that. But the truth is, those roles are very defined. I'm going to bring up something. I had dinner with the bank that bought our last bond. And he said one reason our bonds were so in demand, we had 9 times the demand, if I remember right, wasn't that, John? 9 times the demand of what they were able to fill with our bonds. And I asked him why that was. And he said, because you don't get into social programs. And so I think we have to avoid, I asked him, by the way, I said, well, what about our youth programs? No, that's okay. But you can't allow cities to get into the social business in that way. And the state and federal government are set up for that, and we're not. Any questions before we vote?
I got
Please.
something there.
Yes.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to add, dealing with the homeless problem and keying in on the fact of balancing between what the private sector wants to provide and what the public sector should provide is key to some of this in this plan and functionally helping those people that are in our town that are homeless. And I think that we've hit that stride where we're providing the framework and support that's needed for our community to reach out and help. And I'm real proud of those people in the private sector that are actually taking responsibility to do that. And I'm proud of the city for not stopping them or controlling them in what they want to do and how they want to do it. And in Ward 5, I drive by the tent city all the time because I'm concerned. I was concerned with the cold going on, what they were doing over there. But there is calm help for them, but there's also calm help for those people that made bad decisions and need to get a step up back into being responsible. So I really feel good about the balance of how we as a community are working together, helping even those people that have nothing and they're walking around. So I just want to make that statement.
You bring up what I probably didn't put in there, is how much we appreciate all of the nonprofits and faith-based organizations and all that they do in our community, because it is so important. And in many ways, it's a matter of life and death, and we can't do it without them. So the next revision will have that appreciation in there. Thank you for that. Please vote.
Mayor, I will call the roll on this one.
Okay.
Hooton. Yes. Epps.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Demery.
Yes.
Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries. Do I have a motion to go into executive session? Yes. Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Yes. Epps.
Yes.
Brown. Demery. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
I will now. I will.
I need a motion to return.
Motion to approve. Motion to return, I'm sorry.
Do we have a second? We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton.
Yes.
Epps. Brown. Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Executive session, item 35. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.3, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the City Council convened an executive session to discuss the potential purchase of real property in relation to the city's landfill. Mr. Mayor, I do not believe there is any action.
Executive session, item number 36. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, consider convening, the City Council convened an executive session to discuss the status of an ongoing investigation concerning the dangerous and dilapidated structure process. Mr. Mayor, there is no action.
Executive session, item number 37. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the City Council convened an executive session to review the employment of John Ratliff as city manager. Mr. Mayor, there is no action.
Executive session number 38. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the City Council convened an executive session to discuss the vacant position of city attorney. Mr. Mayor, there is no action.
Executive session number 39. Jerry?
Pursuant to Section 307B.1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the City Council convened an executive session to discuss the continued employment of Jerry Askins as interim city attorney. Mr. Mayor, I hope there's action on this one.
Mayor and council, I move to approve a second amendment to the employment agreement between the City of Lawton and the Honorable Jerry Askins, providing for, among other things, a month-to-month extension of the agreement through June 30th, 2026, unless otherwise terminated sooner by either party, and 2, removing the $75,000 salary cap in the current agreement.
Is there a second? Second. Do you have a second? Do you want to call the roll, or are we voting? What's she saying?
I'll call the roll.
Call the roll, please.
Hooton.
Yes.
Epps.
Yes.
Brown.
Yes.
Demery. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, motion carries, brings up audience participation. Have 2 people that have requested to speak. Matina Davis Prudhomme and Alexander Smith, please come forward. And Matina, you're up first.
Good evening, council. I'm here today because the word transparency is often thrown around in this chamber. But for the citizens on the other side of the glass, it has become a hollow promise. I'm still waiting on public records that should be ready, available. And my emails to the city attorney continues to go unanswered. If this was a private business, you all would be out of work. As a government, you're simply out of excuses. Point 1, privacy and surveillance. What's more alarming is the shift in how you interact with us. While we struggle to get basic public information, our own privacy is being compromised. The implications of facial recognition, address, telephone number, software to track and profile citizens reaching out to their representative isn't efficient. It is an invasion of our rights to privacy. Why is the government more interested in tracking its citizens than answering them? Point 2, financial accountability. This is the lack of openness. It's particularly galloping when we look at $86,000 of HUD money. We don't know where it's at. The cyber fraud incident. Where's the accountability? Where's the The audit. We are told to move on, yet the same administration that can't secure our federal funds is the one creating the friend of friend network that keep the public in the dark. The conflict of interest here aren't just rumors. They are barriers of justice. Conclusion, a call for respect. Finally, I've heard my concerns dismissed by some here as a rant. Let me be clear. Demanding honesty, transparency, and records from a public servant is not a rant. It is a right. The way I and others have been treated by the city inner circle is unacceptable. I'm a constituent, not an inconvenience. I expect the records I requested. I expect an explanation for the surveillance, and I expect this council to start acting like they serve the public, not just their friends. And again, I am against facial recognition.
Okay, thank you for coming. And is Alexander Smith, he left, didn't he? I don't see him. Okay, with that, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooton. Yes. Epps. Yes. Brown. Yes. Demery. Yes. Hampton. Yes. Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, concerning the Lawton Transit Trust Authority special meeting agenda. Okay, we are going to cancel this special meeting, and we're going to reschedule hopefully for Friday per the city clerk. And so we're not going to convene that meeting today. Is everybody good? Are you good? We're done.
And I'll announce that that'll be Friday, this Friday at 10 a.m.
We'll do it another night. Can I just call you? My wife is